cuentan con los padres. Puta madre. No, ya. Este es libertario, de la pala. Dale, bonite. Ok, parece que la espada no cuenta. No, esa espada no cuenta. No me Ok, acá hay uno. ¿Se cuenta? Ay, joder, que no llega. Sí, cuenta. Ey, este también cuenta. Date a cagar. Ahora. Sí, sí. Yo lo capturé. Ok, los enanos cuentan. Toca esto. Este volumen muy bajito. Sí. No. No, porque ese es como... O capaz que sí, a ver. Parece que no. No, no cuenta. Eso no. No. Se cuenta, ¿no? Eh, con palos, palos, palos. Capaz que por acá. Termina los monstruos al mar temerario. Me equivoqué. ¿Me equivoqué? No. No, no me equivoqué. Ok, ahí vamos. Llega hasta acá. Y vamos. Ah, acá, acá. Ay, el otro está tapado. O no tiene nada. El bicho está muy lejos. Me quedan dos. Ok. Ah, podés sacar un montón. Ah, no, solo te deja 7. Ah, qué pelotudo. Ah, ya está, me queda una. ¿Y qué haces? O sea, si terminas. O sea, si la terminas antes, te arranca los huevos. Ay, me lo contó como encargo. Vaya fue. Mejor. Esto reinicio, sí. Recompensa de cargo de expedición. Objetos. Ah, son 7 por 6, 42, 420. Bueno, no está mal. Podría haber sido peor. Sí. Ah, la ballena. Nada. ¿O sí? Bueno, le puedo farmear talentos también. No, sí o sí necesito la ballena, la puta madre. A ver. ¿Qué pasa si voy a la ballena? ¿Le ganaré? ¿Qué onda? Murió la música. Sí, ponele que funcione. Vamos a probar. ¿Viste? Bien. Vas a cagar un lío. Bueno, no le hago una mierda. Ay, no, la concha de la... Salta, Willy, salta. ¿En serio? Ay, qué bueno es eso. Ay, pero esta por ahora se va por cualquier lado. Ay, ya me acordé porque... Ay, qué pelotudo que soy. No le voy a hacer una mierda. Ya me sacó el escudo. Pero no tengo esa cosa. Dale, no le... el toque. Tanto a pegar. Anda a cagar. Dale la concha de tu madre. Capaz que se vengo con el fuego le gano, ¿no? Es una poronga eso. ¿Viste? Ay, encima no hace reacciones, anda a cagar. Dale, pete. Ah, y encima le tengo que... Ah, ok. A ver si le puede hacer algo. No le hace una mierda. Vamos a todo ya. Más o menos. Con fuego le hago un daño. Conchuda. Ay, no cargué. ¿O sí? ¿Sí? Ah, pero no se enoja ahora. ¿O sí? Me cago, no hace nada. Ah, sí se enojó. 14.000 de una flecha. Ay, no llegué. Qué forro. ¿O sí? No sé. Claro que está haciendo. Bueno, pero... Dale, tanto vas a tardar en enojarte la concha de tu madre, dale. Concha la loca. Ay, no le pega nada. Así, dale. ¿Mato en el aire? Ah, ni a padre. Se muere la maleza. Pero esto no me sirve, sí. Mucho texto. Creo que no me sirve eso. No. Necesito la piedrita. Bueno, al pedo. Vamos a hacer unas cosas estas. ballena no cuenta como jefe. Anda cagada. ¿Qué juego es? A ver. ¿Qué onda la misión? Ah, hay una misión en el mundo. ¿Cuánto tiempo estuvieron acá en la cárcel? Ok, hasta ahora no me dicen nada. Puf, esa transición. Eso era lo que tenía que hacer. Para terminar, se ganó la gente Merópide. Entiende que han hecho trámites pertinentes. ¿De cuánto fue la condena? ¿De cuánto no lo que ocurrió? Ay, no llega a leer. Una bocina gigante. Por 10 años no puedo correr las simulaciones en mar primigenio. Una bocina de esa forma no puede existir en la agua privada, así que es posible que no se encuentre ahora mismo en el agua del mar primigenio. ¿Para Tartaglia se había quedado encerrado abajo? O sea, dentro de la primigenio, pero en ese lugar se puede ir. Ah, ok, sí, es verdad. El agua esa hacía derretía a la gente. Cierto que no estoy muy seguro de cómo lograr entrar a mar primigenio. Otra cosa que me gustaría preguntar. Con ellos, efectivamente tengo que hablar con superviso, con la zona de Poison, tránsito en el nivel de agua empezó a subir vertiginosamente por esta zona. Vale que cuando salga el mapa el agua esté arriba. Eso solo subió durante un breve periodo de tiempo. Ahora ya va a voltar. Anda a cagar, dale, la concha de tu madre. Ahora sí tengo un mal presentimiento. Si se confirma la subida del nivel del agua, tiene que ver con la filtración del agua del mar primigenio. Entonces Poison se enfrenta a una catástrofe más grave de lo que parece. ¿Poison? ¿Dónde es? ¿Es el pueblito ese que está en las alcantarillas? Sí, parece que sí, tengo que ir a verle y preguntar si sabe algo. Espina di Rosula. Pero aún no puedo también pegar un plan de contratación. Así que no me queda más remedio que pedir discusión antes primero. Poison, los programas de ayuda cuando esté terminado. Con lo que tengo que hacer aquí. Hagamos eso pues. ¿Qué onda? ¿Le pintó lo chileno, Paimon? De acuerdo, pues. Otra vez pues. Nosotros nos vamos. Ya mismo. Che, yo le desactivé las voces, ¿no? Sí. Audio, volumen de música, efectos de sonido. Vamos a dejarlo ahí. Ay, qué voz de mierda, con razón se la saqué. Vamos a dejarlo así. Poison. Cualquiera manden, no era ahí. ¿O sí? Era acá, ¿no? Sí, creo que sí. Aquí está en un estado deplorable. ¿Qué corno es eso? Ah, son pescados. Tampoco hay nadie en la calle, ¿será que no debo pensar en eso? No, no creo que estén muertos, no tiene sentido. Busca a nadie. Ah, mira, ¿cómo es eso? Guay, estaba acá nomás. Okay.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
What? What the fuck? ¿Y qué hacía este chavo?
My Desiree!
Ok.
He looks
Parece
pretty
muy...
sad.
My leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
De haberlo sabido antes no habría hecho nada. No entiendo, pero bueno.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if you...
Más le vale que la historia esté buena, ya que todos están diciendo que este parche está bueno. Sigue buscando a Navia. No, viene esa espada. Se comían esto.
It's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
¿Qué onda la Taylor? Qué cara de orto
You're
le
here.
tiene.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came.
Yes. As you can see, the...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Let's see.
Ah, right. Allow me to... A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterway. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
Okay, entonces
They
era
were
agua, no,
all
pero me quedé.
dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were in. Despina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
Okay.
No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some...
Oh, awful. And all of this just...
It was quite frightening indeed. I hope...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
No te vayas, Taylor. Che, está linda la
And
Taylor.
out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
Igual no me queda claro, o sea, esta gente como que se lleva bien con los de arriba. Calculo yo que sí, si esta está en este lugar vestida así,
Traveler,
debería.
Paimon,
La tumba de mi padre,
Right
por
now?
ahora.
thank you.
Ve al cementerio. ¿Dónde corren hasta el cementerio? Ah, ya me acordé. ¿Este es el cementerio? Medio pedorro el cementerio, pero bueno.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Pará, pero si yo ya vine acá. Oh. Ah, no, era una misión de mundo. Ok.
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson,
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted.
Navia?
O sea, pero su papá murió por el agua esta, ¿no? Ya estaba muerto.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Dale.
Malus and Silver. They won't...
Sí, son...
What should...
Huh? What happened to them?
Se derritieron.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... they were helping evacuate the rest, and I've known them for so long. And I know they would. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Pará, ¿el papá
gone.
también murió ahora?
I just can't...
No entiendo. Ah, eran estos dos.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here is...
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Ah, pero se hizo alto charquito, o sea, ¿qué vas a enterrar un charquito?
Hey, stop joking.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see.
That makes sense. In that case, could
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, two of us could.
personally, I believe we filled...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere. I promised to let them rest in peace here. But... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
you can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, by the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
¿Por qué me da la lista?
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny,
Joinville,
Francine, Karina. So, everyone else is sick?
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And the overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something with Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
the knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Momento, ¿no se supone que esta era mala?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
La verdad creo que estaba como infiltrada o algo así.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no...
Thank you. Very...
Wait, do you two know
We just met recently. Right,
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed... Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
Para, o sea, los Fatui la ayudaron, pero Neuvillet y los demás no. ¿O sí?
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you are.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to... My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supply...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also...
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates, as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for... I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some...
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been...
So, you're one who...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt, traveler. I'm sure you remember that you and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be... Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present...
So, that's why the Fatui...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust... Which is why I want to give you this task.
Y... No puedo decir que no.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as... I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider...
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins,
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss No?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father... Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's...
Ok. Misión completada. Todo encuentro tiene su final. Ve a las ruinas. Hay que ir a pata.
Take it easy.
Ah, es un dominio.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty...
Let's go and...
Just be careful.
Según la información de los patrullers, este lugar podría haber ocultas pistas que nadie conoce. Según la información de los patrullers, en este lugar podría haber ocultas pistas. ¿Ocultas pistas? Podría haber pistas ocultas. ¿Cómo está con ese español, Explora las ruinas. ¿Cómo salgo? ¿Puedo nadar acá?
The bond is strong.
Stabilize!
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Solidify!
Out of my way! Propagate!
Gotcha.
Stabilize!
Dissipate!
Dada Kondala.
¿Se puede bajar acá? No debía hacer eso. Igual me dio una paja, o sea, se supone que puedo moverme por todos lados.
Take it easy.
Down here isn't safe.
Solidify!
no, no tiene sentido. Si yo se supone que no soy de Fontaine, no debería. No sé por qué no me deja meterme al agua.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial...
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get by my wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait for...
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just...
All right. Come with us for now then, but...
Qué diálogo más peor, ¿no?
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
¿Me puedo meter acá? Dale, ¿en serio? Anda cagado. Pero se supone que yo no soy de Fontaine. Por el otro lado. ¿Cómo llego? Bueno, ¿es la salida no?
There's something wrong with this bridge.
Ah, esto es lo de la cinemática. Hijo de tierra, querida, hace algo. ¿Puede hablar? Pichó Taylor Swift. No, sigue viva.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark?
Maybe she just wants some time to...
Yes,
That's quite possible. However, you were the one...
Oh, right. Whew. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no, I was just trying to recall why we came out.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the...
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with that.
Sometimes force is required to...
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia?
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll be... I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token of our appreciation.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Miss...
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I've heard this name before. Sometime, and why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend.
Huh? We do?
Well, now,
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. My trial? Wait, well,
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Irnos, bueno. ¿Qué onda? ¿Viajo del tiempo? No. ¿O es el más allá?
Look, it's Navia. She's
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Es cuando los tienen que defender.
there sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. All seem to be Ocarina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge... Huh?
please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the... After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If it, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many... We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and...
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot from...
Oh, well...
How wonderful!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes.
wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of...
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely... Please do not mistake her actions as being...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and fat.
Demoiselle.
Ah, de chabón.
Silver, it hurts. My head is... Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but
Dale, Taylor.
But they're all dead.
Cheto el montaje, ¿eh?
Don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
Ah, por eso el meme de las Oceánidas.
She says we're jealous.
Dice que tenemos envidia,
Jealous?
envidia,
How could she possibly be an...
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us, Miss Navia. Silence.
What? ¿Qué hace señor Willet ahí?
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Dale, Taylor.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
¿Por qué carajo vi ese meme? La puta madre.
Farewell.
Adiós. Ok. No está mal, no está mal. Aunque me dio una paja lo del juicio ese.
No, wait! Just a second!
Como Corno sobrevivió.
You're awake. Good.
¿Cómo Corno llegó acá?
I must have been dreaming.
Estaban vivos, me
Malus and
defendían,
Silver were
de
still alive.
locos.
Looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue...
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think
Pero
that they keep
técnicamente no
doing so
están
even after
muertos.
death.
O sea, pues si son oceánidas no están muertos.
Please come with me.
Pues son como espíritus las oceánidas. ¿qué
Neuvillette,
cosas?
are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's...
Why do you look so stiff all of it? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to...
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more...
I suppose so.
Recuerdos de parte sigue Winnie.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has
Sigue
it?
Winnie era la furra, ¿no?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head...
I see.
Sí, es la furra.
Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the fort.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neuvillette. This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to invest.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long.
Un poco innecesario todo ese diálogo, pero bueno.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Dame corno, está nada bien.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going here! Scatter! Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Yeah.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Dale, tirale escudo, boludo.
Gotcha. Game's up. Time's over. Quietly now.
Stand with me.
¿Se cayó? Casi.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
The bond is strong.
Ay,
Spring forth.
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Dissipate. I'll settle this.
Here comes the catch. Busted.
Terminate. The bond is strong. Propagate.
¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué pasó, no?
jwoodbeats.com.
Ok. ¿Y ahora qué? chiste poder explorar todo eso. Más adelante.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden space.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an option.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the
The surrounding walls also show signs of death.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... What is this?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
O sea, que el arconte hidro viene de la isla esa
And
rara, ¿no?
is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the...
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Bueno, es muy específica esa profecía. Todo el mundo se disolverá en el mar y solo quedará el arconte hidro sentada en su trono divino mientras llora. No coincide con lo que dice la profecía. What? ¿Y eso?
More information should be hidden in these slates. I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone...
Paimon's getting the chills just looking at this. Says that it's the history of the future, right? That means...
I really hope it doesn't...
Still, Paimon feels like these...
El orden de más entre las imágenes está mal, el problema. Okay, bueno, es lo mismo.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Esa imagen también es inquietante. ¿Qué culpa están reconociendo las personas de la segunda imagen?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Si es por orden cronológico, en la tercera imagen aparece la señorita Furina. En la tercera, sí, es cuando está rodeada. Lo cual significa que la persona de la segunda imagen podría ser la anterior arconte hidro. No me lo olvides.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Para. Entonces el orden, ¿qué? El orden es al revés. Furina está sentada llorando. La gente alrededor de ella disuelta en el agua. Que recuerdo que deben ser las oceánidas. No tiene mucho sentido eso. Y la anterior arconte hidro pidiendo clemencia. No tiene
The
sentido.
previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies. As it
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, Could this
Ay,
place
yo
be
sabía
the
visto a
origin?
alguien en el pasado.
Who would have created these slates and left?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
En realidad yo no importa que no haya quedado claro, lo importante es saber si de verdad se va a cumplir la profecía. No sé, sí importaría saber quién hizo las placas. Ayudaría para saber de dónde sacó esa profecía. Desafío completado. Se supone que falta una. A ver, hay una tormenta. Ok. Acá están todos. A mí me da como que la están intentando proteger. Como que todos se sacrificaron para protegerla. Tiene un poquito de sentido. No, a ver qué pasa.
Take it easy.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon!
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the storm. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to...
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever.
Nadie y Levelet se marchan, Paimon y tú llegan a la base de no sé dónde.
We're finally back!
Qué bueno,
Welcome
qué
back.
mierda la que tenés.
We've got a special menu prepared for you two.
Para esta noche. Sí. Sí.
Paimon's already starting.
Oh, that voice.
¿Qué hace Mona acá?
I think it is.
Huh?
What?
It's you two. What are you...
¿Qué hace Mona acá? ¿Cómo que nadie estabas aquí?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got...
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Magistus Mona se llama.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boasting.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well. The Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromante Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars.
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but...
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Aventurera tripoderosa.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dormanport, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting... There's something ominous about it. The water, I mean.
Dale, ponele una pose más linda. ¿Qué mierda es esa pose? Y ahí está también.
That was the
Es
main
igual a la que está de
reason,
fondo.
yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecies and The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Che, como que le hicieron más caderona,
I'm
¿no?
afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would know that on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
Ya olvidé de qué estábamos hablando.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful.
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzergle colleagues of hers who could do something similar. All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such...
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So, yeah.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you, of all the people we know.
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's any...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Hyman hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. That's more like it.
Ay, Dios.
Good morning. The honors.
Dale.
But it's time to get up, traveler.
Sí, dale. Ve a la oficina de Neuroilet.
Take it easy.
You're here!
Is
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seemed...
¿Se están cagando a piña? Dale, la concha de Dora. Quiero bardo.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little... It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Focalor. No, se llamaba Furina.
Look at this. This is a list of the...
Ah, che, para, ¿de dónde sacó? ¿Se la dio nadie también?
You mean
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't... But you found them in some ancient...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
No reconociendo su culpa puntualmente, pero bueno,
I don't. I've never seen...
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If any...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the... This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do not... You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
Since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually... There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudex, but you're still my subordinate. You should be... Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not Oh! The opera's about...
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were...
Okay.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasse. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak. Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Arc.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophet. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on... But who will lend us their aid to do...
O sea, van a hacer un juicio falso.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally...
And here you are, drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the...
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then how about you, good...
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to... As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be...
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your...
¿Qué onda esa sonrisa?
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette...
I've also gone diving to...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group, though that was their name. They did not hunt animals, but rather today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. Taking up arms in other lines, a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes so, if we were to build a trap together.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more
Fontaine?
stable...
Qué cara de orto que tenés.
Steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch low.
And I can be their assistant.
No le pega para nada la voz a la forma.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some... I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If there's...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do...
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Qué fea sombrero.
But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes...
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is...
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. Being Lucite is a...
Oh, so...
La metáfora gloriosa en realidad no es más que una metáfora, no se habrá llamado a cazar por esta no se cuestión. Además, su relación con Florian tampoco está en un punto tan malo como ese. Solo necesitan averiguar qué secreto esconde, si es relevante indagar en los secretos de un dios, pero deciden asumir el riesgo para evitar un hostil segundo bajo el agua, tal como predice la profecía. Pero Fontaine no está elevada. En ese caso no existe ni un cazador ni una presa, pero sí la posibilidad de tender una trampa. Si lo que necesito, una trampa. Ok. Ve a la base de Spina Dorsala. Están hablando mucho.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone... it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of... After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. I'm just...
Who's that voice?
Aw.
Wait, you are familiar.
The voice from the sky, Huh. You're feeling lost now. Just as... Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be...
What? Then is...
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden... Are the things that you shall see different from the fate?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tibet. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
Ni idea. Siempre una noticia te deja un poco descolocado al despertar te encuentras con alguien.
Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona. ¿Qué tal estos días?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Hunt.
The Hex and Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hags of...
Whoa, the Hex and Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there's still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
No estoy entendiendo un pomo. Pero dale.
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing play. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last...
You You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work, it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But, hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Ve al kiosco.
Huh? Our names are written... Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does... My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given... Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the Traveler contain journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's trip. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even know she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using... seriously? Well, fine.
¿Qué al pedo que fue eso?
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go, Paimon.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, no. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should...
Un poquito raro.
Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only... I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You...
Así no sé qué, la furra, ¿no?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in.
La verdad, esto es una poronga.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Bueno, sí. Sal del bistro. Dios, qué mucho texto al pedo que tiene esto.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used up the...
Oh, you needn't worry about that.
I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over.
Oh, Paimon knows you're now.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned...
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist
Huh? So your art...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and
Ay, Dios.
Well, why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now.
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Oh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for... Oh, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
¿En serio me hiciste comer? Ay, Dios, Charlotte, espera.
And what's that?
Just for example, Fontaine would...
That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist, first and foremost. And from what I've seen, most people don't know what they do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal, rather than worry over such a... So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copied. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be... But anyway, that's my answer.
¿Qué onda con la pregunta esa de qué vas a hacer si se acaba todo ahora?
All of a sudden... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
¿Qué mierda le pasa al enano? Está re depre.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow... No, Paimon should ask if you could shoot.
Espera, quiere comer con Charlotte. Mandárselos, eso pensaba en ello no tiene sentido. Y sí, qué pendeja, boluda.
The next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either with us, though. You mean, still traveling? Huh.
Todo este tiempo. Y sí, el tiempo pasa volando, mientras se acompaña, cada noche vuelve al alojamiento, bla 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 bla. Le dicen muy tranquilo, charlar de las entrevistas más se tras terminar con lo que tenía que hacer, Poison no había regresado a las 6, toman imagen junto a ustedes para ponerse bien. Dios, qué texto inútil.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but...
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass... Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, loudly accusing her of doing nothing, and before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow and protest against the Hydro Arc.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the
Al
first to be
fin, chabón, no podía saltarme directamente a esto.
After that, is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stayed...
So, you mean she's still...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. But that said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could good? Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go...
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poitou then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, and as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide herself. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused, but Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away. Ha! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis, so in that case, there's not a moment to lose.
Dios. Y todavía falta. Anda a cagar.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors.
Capítulo 4, acto 5. Esto siempre todo así.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to...
Pero yo ni de un plan, ahora solo queda juzgar a una diosa. El día del juicio. A ver, ¿dónde está la furra?
That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just...
So, it is you.
Farina, you were...
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after...
Bueno, la van a funar.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... That's against the rules.
La van a funar.
Farina just ran off.
Y si te quedas separada también. ¿En serio me vas a hacer esto? Da la concha de la lora. Qué juego de mierda.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to...
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is...
Dale. ¿En serio? A ver.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's it.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson...
Brilla se aleja y charlan un rato.
It's true.
I've been investigating. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Especially fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
Bueno, a ver, tampoco murieron tantos.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still... Don't worry. I will keep hope. Oh, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Uy, Dios, qué gana de darle una
How could I
piña.
possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Preguntar algo más o no lo haremos. Purina no se puede caer todo tú sola. Apuesta que, aunque nadie sepa la verdad, tu pueblo estará dispuesto a compartir la carga que llevas. Si tu pueblo supiera la verdad, querría compartir la carga contigo. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? Ninguna.
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Cuéntanos qué sucede y sí.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat, and if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a...
No hay tiempo, bla 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 bla. Dale, forra. Dios, cómo se hace de rogar. Se van a morir todos, boluda, dale. Se la hizo re piola. Se cagaron, boluda. ¿Pero de qué la van a acusar?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my open. Now, without further ado, we may proceed.
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice. The embodiment of justice itself.
¿Cómo no movieron eso sin que se dieran cuenta? Bueno, era la cosa esa que se movía que dijeron que supuestamente era que pasó.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to... In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a due...
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your...
¿Va a pelear? No.
Paimon can't believe it.
Se está rindiendo.
What the heck is going on?
Wow. How...
Lady Farina, what?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the... You are not the only ones to be... But now, it is I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical, mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of
Si
the
moviera la boca estaría bueno.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Wait, also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking...
Alright then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Ay, no me diga que voy a tener que hacer la mierda esa del juicio.
Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat.
Estuvo a punto de cortarnos un secreto, pero al final ocurrió esto. Sí, cada que pelotudos, cómo la cagaron, no pasa nada. Mientras gane el juicio seguirá teniendo la oportunidad de que nos explique todo. No sé, Está muy rompebolas la furra.
Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do to...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Plot twist.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all blown over. According to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that is so, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the great...
That's right. That house was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the opera, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Madre es la Arlequino.
We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of...
So, in other words, the earthquake that...
Sí, sí, ya es todo obvio, ya sabemos.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
Ay, Dios. ¿Por qué son tan obvios?
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived. Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience.
Bla bla bla. Dios, dale, si esto ya se ve venir, efectivamente lo único que podemos hacer es jugar al contenido. Dale, aún así no podemos dejar pensar en ello y avanzar con Purina antes de que llegáramos al...
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. Court...
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of every... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Dale.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Defensa de Linnea.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the
Callate un poquito. La sentencia de Tartaglia.
the Tui
La
Harbinger.
puta madre. La reunión con Arlequino, durante la reunión pública con Arlequino, ella confesó que había investigado a Furina por su cuenta. Se cuestionó si Furina realmente era el arconte y si estaba sufriendo algún tipo de maldición. Ok, entonces que Furina sea arconte todavía está en duda. La verdad, una paja que sea arconte. Enciende el mar primigeno en la fuente. En el fuerte
The Fortress of Merope.
Callate. La nave prohibida del fuerte Meropide. Se puede ocultar totalmente gracias al poder de Neuvillette. Sí, eso lo
According to Monsieur
en tu sueño viste a Neuvillette, a Tartaglia flotando en el mar y una ballena indescriptiblemente colosal. Ok.
I nearly lost.
Caída al mar de Navia. Mientras exploraron las ruinas cerca de Poison, estas empezaron a renovarse y Navia cayó al mar que contenía agua. El mar primordial. Gracias a la protección de dos miembros ya fallecidos de Espina y Rósula, no se disolvió.
The words of someone.
La bruja Ellie se comunicó contigo a través de tu conciencia. A través de tu conciencia. Ella cree que la profecía ocurrirá, pero que no hay que perder las esperanzas. ¿Y cómo Corno tomó el té si estaba a través de mi conciencia? ¿Qué Corno es eso? Durante su primera actuación de ópera, Linnea se encontraba involucrados en un misterioso asesinato, aunque posteriormente fueron absueltos de las acusaciones en contra de su verdadera entidad como agentes de la casa de la hoguera quedó al descubierto. Ok. Resulta que la gente puede ser disuelta con el agua al mar primigeno. Watcher secuestró y disolvió a muchos jóvenes para su experimento con el fin de encontrar una forma de traer de vuelta a su esposa que había sido disuelta. Ah, y esta era la Oceania. Ok, ¿qué hago con esto?
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant, of course. It is only natural for humans to struggle to
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the—
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
It's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking.
Charge accepted.
¿Es o no es?
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
¿Por qué Corno dudas?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I? There is no way that I, Fossilor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since the sea. Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live?
Tengo que tener cuidado que hace Furina tan especial. Escoge una prueba para responder. ¿Por qué ha podido Furina vivir tanto tiempo a pesar de ser una humana? Ok, la teoría de la maldición podría ser. Se cuestiona si Furina realmente era un arconte y si está sufriendo algún tipo de maldición. Vale, no, me la estás haciendo muy fácil.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan.
Pero esas son suposiciones.
Even if that wasn't...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally, but in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a...
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Pues Furina es una humana con una maldición.
Lady Farina. Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Bueno, él era una marioneta.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a... Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served that one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house. Or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Por ejemplo de ello es la analizadora de instrucción cardenalicia, o el hecho de que la indemnitium es una parte inseparable de la vida de todos los que están aquí presentes. Está demostrando que Furina no controla la analizadora. Ok. La furra no controla la analizadora.
Reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are natural.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of indemnitium. All archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with
Isn't that a huge...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Te está recabiendo el chori, furra. La gente ya se creyó la explicación de la furra.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
A ver, tampoco había que ser un genio como para... A ver, vos tenés que probar que ella no es un arconte. Enana de mierda. Ay, Dios. Qué pendeja, boludo. Bueno, tengamos pruebas de que no es un arconte, al menos podemos demostrar que es humana. Si Furina es humana, entonces... Es una humana con visión, pero... La defensa de Linnea, su primera actuación de Linnea, la defensa, esto no me sirve. Me siento mal con mi genio. Esto no me sirve. A ver. ¿Qué pruebas pueden demostrar que Furina es humana? Esto no sirve. Presente que la gente de Fontaine puede ser resuelto con el agua del mar primigenio. Watcher secuestró y disolvió a muchos jóvenes para sus experimentos con el fin de encontrar una forma de traer a su esposa muerta que había sido disuelta. Ok, no me sirve. Es cierto con el mar primigenio. Está sellada en el área prohibida fuerte de medio P y recientemente el mar primigenio ha estado a punto de desbordarse. Se pudo controlar temporalmente gracias al poder del Nobilet. Que puedo demostrar Furina es humana y tirarla al mal primigenio. No, pero la vas a hacer mierda. Accidente del mal primigenio, la muerte de las chicas desaparecidas. No se me cae una. Vamos a probar esto.
That doesn't sound right.
Y sí, ya sé, pero no se me ocurre nada. A ver.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate...
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, monsieur. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
No entiendo por qué le están dejando hablar tanto, sino que es un juicio, pero bueno.
Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really?
Ah, no le cabe una a la furra.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you put...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Se derritió.
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
Miss Siegewing? If you are present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flex. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's...
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Pois. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
I can't believe... You...
Sí... No entiendo por qué son tan obvios para explicar lo que es evidente, o sea... ¿Qué está pasando? Es imposible que Farina no supera las consecuencias de tocar el agua. No parece ella misma. ¿Acaso defender su identidad que va Marconte es más importante que su propia vida? A lo mejor ese tiempo que se ha rendido.
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful... Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be... Also, if I was really just a... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
Le recabió a la furra. Espectadora exasperada.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Le cayó el chori a la furra.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
Dale.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Pero poneme el ruido del vidrio, chabón. ¿Tan difícil era? Ah, eso es lo de la profecía.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oratrice Mécanique. Sí, eso se parece mucho a lo de...
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Well, what's Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Ugh. That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very...
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
Pero qué pasa si no lo
This
matas?
outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Y a ver, fueron 500 años. No, más.
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What?
Está medio turbina esto.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Oh, Dios, qué
Fremine! You finally made it.
Any mission, Father.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Será la primera que faltaba. Esa es la placa. Pues está el Arconte Hidro, muchas Oceánidas y... ¿Son personas que están de fondo? Sí, ¿no?
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come to...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Pero vos también la viste, no seas Gil.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Es el antiguo Arconte Hidro usando su poder divino. El Arconte Hidro convirtió a los Oceánidas en humanos. Okay.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Igual no se entiende mucho como que convirtió a las Oceánidas en humanos. Está medio raro el dibujito, pero bueno, ponele, qué sé yo. Creo que ya compré cuál fue el crimen del Arconte Hidro. Tiene que ver con una parte de la historia ahora perdida de Fontaine.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
O sea, el crimen fue... A ver... El Arconte convirtió a las Oceánidas en humanos. La isla esta del cielo, que no me acuerdo el nombre ahora, medio como que se calentó, los cagó a pedo. Después estaba el Arconte en medio del agua rodeado de personas. Y al final estaba sentada en el trono llorando. Ok, está para Fontaine desde que llegaron.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three stone...
Paimon te ayudará a hacer memoria. A ver, enana de mierda, a ver. Dale. Observa las imágenes de las placas para extraer de ellas información clave. Entre los incidentes apuntados en el manual de entrevistas se encuentran situaciones relacionadas con las imágenes de las placas para corroborar su veracidad. Ok. En el balde de agua de la fuente de la interfaz aumentará conforme avance el progreso de colaboración. Cuando corroboras la veracidad de todas las placas, se revelará la veracidad de la profecía. Ok.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydra Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydra Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydra Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was...
Ok. Los sucesos reales relacionados con las placas proféticas. La placa de piedra profética encontrada en unas ruinas y que relata la historia del futuro de Fontaine. Es la primera de todas ellas. No era que supuestamente estaban al revés. Qué pelotudo. Es la primera de todas ellas, lo que había desaparecido, pero más tarde encontró su imagen parece retratar el anterior al Conte Hydro usando su poder divino, tras lo cual las asesinas se convirtieron en personas. Entonces no es como que se disuelven, sino que el agua del mar primigenio las devuelve a su forma original.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Cuando vemos... Ok, esta que dice. Una placa profética encontrada bla 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 bla, si es la segunda, retrata que Celestia flotando en el cielo y al Arconte Hydro y a su pueblo arrodillados mientras la miran. Aún así parece que Celestia los castigó. Hay muchos. Ella cree que la profecía ocurrirá, pero que no hay que perder la esperanza. Mientras exploraron las ruinas, estas empezaron a renombrarse, no había que llevar al mar. No, esta es para la otra. Tras demostrar en el tribunal que Purina no era un arconte, el resultado fue declarado por el vencedor como contraído culpable y se le condena a pena de muerte. No. A pesar de que Newbillet creía que no era inocente, al final no. Pero no entiendo, ¿qué tiene que ver con esto? Bueno, podría ser que sea lo de Newbillet.
That doesn't sound quite right.
No, ok, no es lo de Newbillet. Eso no.
That doesn't sound...
Bueno. Tras demostrar el tribunal, no, esto no es.
It's not as simple as falling into... When Navia fell into the sea, the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro
El hecho de
Archon
que
in
haya
the sea.
gente esté rodeando el Arconte
Could that
Hydro en
be
la
alluding
imagen
to the
significará
same
algo
thing?
parecido. Ok, entonces quiere decir que las personas que están rodeando el Arconte en la imagen, o sea, la están enjuiciando. O sea, es lo mismo que está pasando ahora. Pero no me queda claro esto.
That doesn't sound quite...
Bueno, anda a cagar, ¿qué es lo de la furra? Se demostró en el tribunal que Furina no era un arconte, el resultado de la declaración fue pena de muerte.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
La sentencia que nunca había sido pronunciada en el tribunal, pero que ahora se ha puesto al arconte. ¿Qué clase de pecado se merecía semejante veredicto? Lo que retrata coincide casi con la profecía de Fontaine. Al final, toda la gente de Fontaine se disolverá en el mar y solo quedará el arconte Hidro sentada en su trono divino mientras llora.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believe the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone.
Raro.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. Converge. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together...
Corroboración completada.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how... But then it feels like we're going to have to...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. We're...
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro... The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Para hacer alusión al arconte Hidro hundiéndose en el mar una vez que se cumpla la profecía de la cuarta placa. Presenta la profecía, pero esta no es la cuarta.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched within it. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Ahora, entonces, ¿qué onda? ¿Todo Fontaine era agua?
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
¿Eso es un arconte? O sea, el bichito ese es un arconte. ¿Ese es un arconte hidro? ¿What?
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true
So we were all Ocean?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating...
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanic. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others, who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Lo cual no es ninguna novedad.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy...
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
What? La última corroboración.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Lo que realmente lo provocó es el verdadero origen de la catástrofe. Corroborar la verdad. Es muy probable que la catástrofe vaticinada por la profecía comience en este lugar. Se encontraron involucrados en un misterioso asesinato, aunque posteriormente fueron absueltos por las acusaciones. Su verdadera identidad como agente de la casa hoguera, bla 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 bla. Esto no me sirve, ser culpable, esto no me sirve. No me sirve, lo de la ballena.
It was both dream and reality.
Liberen a Willy, el Willy Wonka.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside.
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
Ok. Cinemática. ¡Se pudrió todo! ¡Ah! Al fin, chabón. Sí que era más grande. Ahora, pero Neublen no es un dragón. ¿Se murió? No. Hola, venga, vivo. No estaba en la cárcel, yo viendo por pantalla, ¿cómo conocerlo? No pudieron matar a Willy.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
¿El arconte dónde está?
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Esa ballena no es de Teyvat. Es un monstruo que ha viajado entre planetas y no ha dejado de llorar. Entre planetas. What? ¿Cómo que planetas?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
O sea, la ballena está haciendo subir el nivel del agua. Bueno, ponele.
Once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step would be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of... Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop up.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Me temo que sí. Lleva mucho tiempo queriendo llegar a la superficie. Si ha aparecido ahora ante nosotros es debido a ese miembro de los 11 de los Fatui. ¿Qué onda? ¿Arlequino lo trajo? No entiendo.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Por Tartaglia debe estar luchando contra la ballena de...
That battlemaniac! We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integral. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
O sea, ¿la ballena es interdimensional? What? ¿Qué onda? ¿Se viene el multiverso con los otros juegos del Honkai?
That's not... We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me...
Indeed. That's not how a grand...
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Seguramente. Yo quiero saber dónde está la furra.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Al final de las cosas se tenía que salir, es imposible luchar contra el destino. El destino.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need...
Aunque la profecía se cumpla de verdad, sí hay una forma de salvar a las personas. O sea, técnicamente el viajero no es de este mundo, así que podría resolverlo, en teoría. Que se me está escapando. Claro, Purina, es lo que iba a contarnos cuando estábamos en el baúl mágico gigante. ¿Qué? ¿Cuál es el secreto de la furra? ¿Dónde está la furra? Buena pregunta.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Ah, o sea, la máquina esta que te mata, mierda.
No, I still need answers.
Otra vez el motion de la mano. Cagó fuego. Ah, zarpada espada le tiró. Es como la ulti de Garen. ¿Dónde corno están ahora? ¿Esa es la Arconte Hidro? Me gusta más el diseño de esta. No me cierran los ojos. La heterocromía no me gusta.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just...
You are not Farina. Who are...
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question...
Fusolo. What?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, the heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me. But she knew full well that the prophecy would surely come. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
No me cierra mucho la voz, como que es, no sé, rara.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I had to outwit the heavenly principles. Allow the I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria... Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this. Any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Es una Oceanida Arconte.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left, she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to... Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the... I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary... I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
500
And all
años.
along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all.
¿Qué hace Yelan acá? No tengo idea.
Take it easy.
Vas a cagar, porra. ¿Qué onda, porra?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my... All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract... I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must add...
Apaga todos los focos. ¿Cómo? ¿En serio? Anda a cagar.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ay, no sé por qué combate en serio, tengo que ganar esta mierda.
Dissipate! Scatter!
Things are about to get dicey.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Game's up. Fun's over.
poco, sobre la neta de Julina, se simboliza la fase de Flamina, siempre el color que escuché antes, será la verdadera voz interior de Julina. Un boleto. 300, me parece que va a empezar el espectáculo, veamos a tu verdadero yo. Interior furra. Acto número 1, enfrente del espejo. Furra. Está raro el personaje, no sé.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me?
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the hydro...
Oh, very good.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them. Well...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer some.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Couldn't ask for the suffering. Well, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other.
I suppose this would also... Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as...
That's right. You must begin a never-ending. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to being a human yourself. I'm sure you already remember. Your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand. So, how long am I
to accomplish this mission? You will have to stay on the stage for many, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a
trial. Huh.
Acto 2. El discurso que te toma de posesión. Ok. No me queda muy en claro igual. Pero bueno. Me estás jodiendo, en serio tengo que pegar toda la vuelta. Anda, cagada.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't... Gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions, I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone right? Mirmi said that I just need to play the calm down Farina. Think assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage. Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was... Now then!
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside a...
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Dale, sí, una vuelta interesante, con carisma, bla bla bla, todo lo que puedo con nuestro futuro, bla 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 bla.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms up. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Yes. Acto 3, la ópera. Oh, Dios, ¿cuánto dura esto?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House? Besides, none of these trials...
If I may be so impertinent...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability...
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do...
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of... All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remember? He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one.
Good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise God.
me hagas esquipear, dale.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way...
Really?
I'm afraid that they haven't...
Is that so? Well, no wonder.
Bla, 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 bla.
The day is finally over. I haven't had but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. But maybe this is fine. I just... Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about it.
Acto 4, la ópera Furina. ¿Otra vez?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need.
Esta en persona.
Lady Farina, I've waited.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me... I don't think I let anything slip. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today.
Acto 5, la ópera. ¿Otra vez? Me está dando un sueño. Acto número 18.823.000. No, cualquiera.
Lady Farina, it's... I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience...
And what a fine family.
Sure... Well... are you crying?
Uh-huh. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored.
So interminable. Hundreds of
Ya han
years
pasado
must
siglos,
pass
y quien me dice que este espectáculo no va a durar varios siglos más, obviamente. Nunca pensé que esto sería tan numeroso. Dejé mi límite, no me gusta mucho la
my limit.
ni siquiera creo que tenga puntos
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this.
Lo que he hecho
With
está
that, I have conducted
entonces,
so many investigations, and all I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
Tienes que lograrlo. Acto número 182.376. Furina y...
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
¿En serio te comiste los 187.000 actos? Anda,
Share.
cagá.
That's impossible.
Puede ser ese del principio
It was
de esta
fated
historia,
right,
contar
but even
que
if
yo
your
soy
burden
el
doesn't need to be
compartirlo, se puede
shared,
contarme
you
que
just
es,
share it
contarme,
with
yo
me,
soy
a
tu
witness.
testigo, mi testigo, esto viene más allá del mundo de
Yes,
las expresiones
I've
recibidas,
heard that you came to Teyvat, and if Teyvat is in its entirety a show on a stage, then you're...
pero cierto, en ese caso,
She's right. I could
si le
confide,
cuenta a ella,
but
¿no?
If things don't play out as expected, the people of no, Farina. But what if you worked so hard for isn't such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom, if you let this opportunity slip through you, think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am from all you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness...
Una gana de agarrar las piñas.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive that she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth. It's how would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine. Yeah.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Era lo que pensaba.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device, in truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take... I mean, did you think my work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnity? But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the vast majority had to be accumulated.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Ay, ¿me estás jodiendo en serio? ¿Neuvillet va a ser el arconte hidro? Anda a cagar. Y el plot twist...
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Arconte hidro al dragón hidro de este planeta. Bueno, más obvio no podía ser.
No, what? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well... Hydro Dragon. I must say, Had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient... I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original power... Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the... So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's open, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world... In other words, existence was Egeria's justice. And to me, justice is the continuation of that, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That, at this point, we, whether it be myself, Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, in the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually... You are a deviant. Things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Interesante. ¿Listo?
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Dale, chabón, tanto la vas a alargar. ¿Quién es? Ni lobo ahora. Igual que la Santa Inquisición. Terrible pijazo de gallo. ¿Y ahora qué? O sea, ¿él va a ser arconte ahora? No. Porque si él se convierte en arconte tiene que volver a pasar lo mismo.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Cheto. Pero no me quedó claro. O sea, ahora Neuvillette es el arconte hidro. No. No entendí. Porque si él se convierte en arconte, técnicamente la profecía del Celestial se tiene que volver a cumplir. Raro. Casi 4 horas, en serio, qué misión de mierda, chaval.
What just happened? Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just...
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end this. We must meet. I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me meet the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler.
Narval, el devora estrellas. Ok. Oh, vamos a tener que pelear con Willy.
Find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon. I shall look for an opening to get it. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Solidify!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Ah, o sea, romper la columna esa con los ataques.
Gotcha.
Stabilize.
Our bond is strong.
¿Así de fácil? What? ¿Qué te crees?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but... oh well.
Y Tartaglia lo mandó a la mierda con la ballena.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
De haber sabido que una breve sesión de entrenamiento. ¿Eh? Ya haciendo una sesión de entrenamiento privado, no pensé que mi aprendiz se pondría a pelear contra la mascota de mi maestro. ¿Quién es su maestro?
Oh, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder.
That power.
Hyman has an idea. From what she said, it's just that he has the impression that she was, less talkative.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
Es muy raro eso de usar el poder del mar primigenio de un planeta para criar a un narwhal de estrellas como mascota. O sea, de un planeta. O sea, ¿hay más planetas? What?
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk, I think...
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an... So what sort of person is your master?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Surtalogi.
Surtalogi. ¿Y ese quién es?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary? Vetterfilnir then? Or...
Oh, that one we've heard! Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Vinedotir, miembro de la Aquelarre y madre de Albedo. Momento. O sea, la creadora de Albedo está en esta cosa de la Aquelarre y la maestra de Mona también. O sea, se conocen.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Como que tiene las piernas muy largas, ¿no?
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Okay.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Ah, okay.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Che, pero qué onda con Teyvat, Mondstadt, Liyue también quedaron.
Hey! Help! Over here!
No, ella sí es de Fontaine. ¿Cuándo se convirtió? ¿Qué onda, Taylor?
All hands, initiate emergency rescue.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
¿Y ahora qué va a pasar con sus transmisiones? Ya pasó la profecía.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Ok. Tiene sentido que Newbillet sea el arconte hidro.
The soul renewed. The Spina di Rasula task hosts a disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starting Skyship Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into this. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first.
El acto final. El acto transmitido ha llegado a su fin. Pese a lo que pase ahora en adelante, la prensa no cejará en su empeño por encontrar noticias. Ok. O sea, al pedo. La verdad, al pedo todo lo que pasó.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that, but if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just have...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as...
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in...
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel. About what it was like facing down a god.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to... Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might have ended...
Wow, you really do have that...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess, too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he...
That's a... very...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was... When did the Fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case...
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Concha del mono, dale. Ven, caballo.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Oh, did you come all the way to the entrance to...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your...
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face...
Sir, please don't say things...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there. Still, if I might ask...
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself in...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take an...
Did you really have to use the word, well then, too solo?
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try...
Ah, see...
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's under...
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day.
I'll just... I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them up.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll...
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the All right. Last stop, the docks.
Joder, la loma del pedo. Caos. Barcos de Zonny.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks to...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your
Oh.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine social.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
That's all right. You were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you're after Lady Farina left. Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Como obsequio diplomático. Ok. Furina se fue. O sea, Furina. ¿Tiró la pata? ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo que le dieron ese arlequín?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid.
That's true, but this is a gnosis for...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
so there's some...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Hi, but back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Para, ¿eso no es una ciudad que va a aparecer más adelante?
That's true. When you think about it, we had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please.
Are you going to... Suspectus Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Entregar esto. ¿Qué es una visión hidro?
A vision?
Es la visión hidro de...
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about...
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when I guess this must be life. All right, then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other
Well, guess we said Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? I promise he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Este barco es de Sumé. ¿Cómo Cory nos llegó acá? No entiendo la puta idea. Falta toda esta parte y toda esta parte. Che, tendrían que conectar el mapa, ¿eh? Aunque igual Fontaine es mucho más grande que el monstruo. ¿Dónde está el...?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Cuatro horas me llevó esta misión, pedorra.
So, you really are here, Neverlette. I didn't think you were going to have...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you.
Aw, Paimon glad that you remembered. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business...
It is strange how words can often leave a...
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of Mimp. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Entonces ahora es cuando la gente de Fontaine ha nacido de verdad. No.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice stirring, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally... hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will have... But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fossilor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Fossilor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power, and this... As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's a...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomat...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what... As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis.
Igual está raro. Porque es como... Recién es la 4.2 y ya hay que ir a Natlan.
When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Tienes en tu cuerpo los restos del tercer descendido. ¿Quién corno el tercer descendido?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To prevent it to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my...
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps if you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you.
Next time? You believe...
I do. Wait. I have a...
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the... So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping...
¿Quién habló de ella? Yo soy la cuarta descendida. Primero que las gnosis están relacionadas con los descendidos. Segundo, que el descendido que hubo antes que yo ya está muerto.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of... No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of...
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine...
Yes. All of Focalors...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the... Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the...
Misión completada. No hay misión de Arconte. Buah. Qué paja la misión.